Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Super Tees live stream. Rank 1 multiclasser worldwide right now. We're on the Affliction Warlock, currently rank 66 it looks like at the moment. Going to be trying to queue up some shuffles, see what the queue times are like, and monitoring the situation on our Balancer and our Elemental Shaman as we are trying to get rank 1 on those specializations. We currently still are in range, but likely will need to queue at some point, and we will have to monitor the situation to determine when that point has actually been reached. But in the meantime, we are here to vibe and dominate. I don't know if you can do those two things at the same time, but we are. What is up, Tim? You are first. Welcome to being number 1. Freaking Jake is trying to report me again, dude. As long as if you report me, I get a Twitch Prime, I don't care. Just please subscribe with Twitch Prime. If it means I have to get banned, it means I have to get banned. That is fine. You're new to WoW and you made a character. You tried Frostfire and Arcane. You like Arcane, but I've heard it's not new player friendly. But I'm going to learn Arcane and stick with it. Then do it, man. Just because someone says it's not new player friendly, you know, like doesn't mean that you're maybe not higher intelligence and can handle it easily, you know. When you're considering like whether something's easy for someone, you got to consider like average level of ability, you know, and competence. And if you're comparing it to other specs that are easier, right? Like it's technically harder because there are options that are easier, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily impossible. You know? You can do what you want, you know? Bruh. Oh my god, bro, that was a rippin' fart right there. A ripper. I'm Jack the Ripper. Is someone making a World of Warcraft with AI right now? What is that? Bro, the end of the season is going to get stressful, guys. It's going to get stressful. Are you guys prepared for it? What is this? Curse of Ulatek portal room. It's going to be depressing if they gut Tempest. I'm sorry, but I'm probably going to be the one to blame if they do. There's too many clips, bro. Oh, apparently a Chinese company's AI model has broken out and escaped from its isolated test environment. Why is it always happening from China, dude? Skynet's incoming. Maybe AI already escaped. Maybe we just think we have AI contained, but AI is already in control. You know? What's up? It's lit. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Are you guys prepared? You're cooking dinner? What are you cooking? You guys are ready? It's the final 3 days, dude. There's no turning back. We either achieve our mission or are forever a failure. It's this or nothing. Fried chicken, corn, and mac and cheese. God damn, bro. You're having a Megan dinner. Okay. It's all bad, but it's Friday, YOLO. Yeah, Friday just cleans the slate clean, you know? Is this the most inflated? Actually, it's not. No. Dragonflight Season 1, I think, was more inflated. It's actually not. Like, I think 3,600, like, unless a lot of people are 3,600 rated, this is not even close. I mean, this probably feels about right. Like, maybe it's getting a little bit too high, but it actually is, like, feels like it's kind of in the right spot. Where, like, casual players can get everything, and then pro players are, like, around 3 to 3,100 or whatever. Like, that kind of seems right. You got 2.3k to buy the tabard as a beginner. I'm glad it's like this. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think if you want to get a bunch of new people into PvP, make it possible for them to get the rewards. Because that's why they'll do it. If they join it and they're like, this is too much, I'm never going to get that, then they're going to back out before they even bother. It can't be unrealistic for people to actually get the rewards, especially with how they've structured rewards for the rest of the game. Like, everything else is basically given to you, right? Like, ignoring like some very exclusive things, pretty much everything else you can get just by playing it, and eventually you'll get it. And that's why people like that content, because the content rewards them for their time. PvP hasn't rewarded you for your time because it's so hard to get damn rating. So you have to make it easier to get the stuff. And then you have to make it visible for people. Like, oh, that's what I'll get if I PvP. Oh, and you're telling me I actually can get it? I'll try that. Like, instead of like, yeah, I don't know what you even get for PvP. It doesn't show up anywhere in the rewards. And I'm going to have to play the game for 3 years before I'm good enough to get it? Nobody's doing that. Like, nobody's doing that. I really hope someone's going to kill the grounding. Shuffle, do not trust anyone to kill the grounding. Nice. First. Okay, Megan, we got to be real here. You were doing a good job. You hit the hat trick, but today you dropped the ball. The chocolate sundae is slowing you down. She said she was first. Frankie Biss, you can't be white knighting this hard right now, man. Second. Yeah, okay, guys. Stop. Oh, this slow on me is brutal. Triple kill. Vanguards! The Quackinator is here. Thank you for the raid. Hope things are going well in Hammertown. And the Quackinuts are ripe and plentiful. You're happy you're done with work? You're having veggies and degen. That's an interesting combination. Your diet is productive, but your activity is not. So it cancels out. It's more of an herb? Oh my god. Yeah, I eat vegetables. This guy sighs at me. Why is he sighing at me? Replace slash spit with slash shit. What? Shit's on you? How are you alive after that? I'm not. I'm dead. What? You didn't even like my wheelchair joke? Did you do a wheelchair joke? I don't see anything in the chat. I can't see the chat. I have chat in game disabled. Is he AFK? What? This lobby is the Demon Hunter just 6-0s. Why would you go AFK? Like literally, that's what this lobby is. It's just he's the only Mortal Strike and can't die to dots. Why would you rage AFK in this lobby? He's raging on the 2 rounds he's supposed to win, dude. What? Is he back? Did he realize he's supposed to win this now or something? He literally is a Demon Hunter, bro. His Mortal Strike unkillable to dots. And all of us are dots. If that was a rap god, please let me know, because I can't actually see it. What's up, Ansgam? Why is he just spamming lightning bolt? Oh no. I shouldn't have said anything, bro. It seems like he's stream snapping. He would have just rage AFK'd. I could have got a free win. Like, look how stupid this is. You literally, you can't do anything as a dot class. Like, the shaman's like emoting me and stuff. It doesn't understand how the game works. This demon hunter should just win every game. Like, what? I have to go. Oh, wait, I had to turn my chat on to type that. Where's my soul well? Oh, thank God. Wait, what happened? Shouldn't I have won 4 rounds? Oh, no. 3's right. Yeah, 3's right. You need the glowy Soulwell glyph? What's the glowy Soulwell glyph? Bro, I'm so fried. I thought I was supposed to get 4 wins winning that, but it was wrong. People seem to think I have no understanding of the game, and it's like, bro, what did I say? We have to attack the healer. It's the only way to win, and what do you know? We won instantly. We had to take a nap after lunch. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. What I had a cheesy omelet. I got Revelos as well. Cheesy omelet, and I got sushi from the grocery store. I got some California rolls, an omelet, and then some Revelos. Revelos are OP because it's just enough ice cream with not a lot of calories, you know? It's kind of hot fudge. They, you know, they got like a nice hard thick layer of chocolate around it or whatever. I assume it's chocolate. It probably isn't. Chocolate-like substance probably on the ingredient list. The fried chicken. Oh yeah, and Death Fate had made fried chicken and mac and cheese. I told him he had a Megan dinner. Are we expecting more class changes tonight? I don't know, because they released the official notes. I think whatever the game is right now is the release candidate. I'm pretty sure. I imagine there will be after it gets out in the public, because then if there's any issues, then that's when they're going to be most exposed, but I don't know if there actually will be this week. We'll find out. They usually happen. Actually, they've happened randomly, I swear, every week. It's been like sometimes it's a Tuesday, so I'm not even sure. Fried chicken, mac and cheese, and corn. What is Tajin? What is that? What's a Tajin? You know what that is? Tajin? Some Mexican seasoning? Where do you... It's spelled like that? How many calories are in that? Is that calorie free? If that's calorie free, I might try it. It's Spanish. 0? I didn't know what Taheen was, Taz. Oh my god, is that Taz? The legendary Resto Druid of Warlords of Draenor? Who we had on the roster and we somehow convinced ourselves that we should be able to win as double Druid Enhance in a tournament? How were we that stupid? How did we convince ourselves that double Druid Enhance would win in a tournament? We were so far in our heads for theory crafting, it's crazy. I think the last I saw is that you were obsessed with Classic. Other than that, I don't know what you've been up to. What have you been up to, Taz? Taz Dingo? What class are you rank 1? Right now, Boomkin and Ellie, I'm in range for rank 1. It's not locked in. I think I'm going to have to play them, so. If the season ended right now, I would be rank 1. But there's 3 days, bro. It's a weekend, bro. People are going to go ham. They're going to go ham. So we have to go ham as well. Well, I hope you are enjoying the Classic era. Maybe one day retail will convince you to return. And Tony Style won't be some sort of finance guru with a child. I think he might have 2 child now. I don't know. I think it's only 1. Classic era still. You're the biggest Classic Andy. Why are you throwing doubt towards Classic? Oh, the Classic Plus. You need that plus. I kind of wonder what it's gonna be. I didn't realize like all these like little cheeky things they did in SOD. Because for whatever reason, Megan mentioned Guzu, and so then my TikTok feed was randomly Guzu today. Explain that, I don't know. And his videos of him just showing these like little Easter eggs in SOD. And there's like a chicken vendor in Westfall. And if you go up to the chicken vendor and if you slash buck at the chicken, like a chicken, it'll let you buy something from it. And you can buy a scope that's like a really OP endgame scope for a hunter. And it requires like specific mats or whatever to buy it. And then it turns your bullets into chickens. So like no matter that weapon that you're using, it instead of firing bullets or arrows, it fires chickens. I was like, why is that not in retail? That looks hilarious. Why? Why is that not in retail? Like what? That could have been you. Megan, nobody knows what could have been, okay? We are what we are. And we go from here. Have you heard of the secret agent? No, I didn't. I leveled to like level, what did I get in SOD? Like the first phase max level and cleared the raid a couple of times and that was it. Oh god, Shadowlands remix. I don't know. I mean, at least it has PvP in it. All this classic content doesn't have arena, man, or not even rated BGs. Like, what the hell? If you are interested, what does it do? It reminds me of old school RuneScape. All these like little quest bonus thingies. 17 is a number that comes up a lot in Season of Discovery. Once described by MIT as the least random number. Play Season of Discovery, you'll see considered it secret agents initially wouldn't speak to you and would just run away. However, in Phase 4, players know that secret agents can teleport away from warriors with sunshades and dedication buff from killing Zonsu 17 times. Who the f is Zonsu? Why did you kill him 17 times? How do people find this shit? Konsu. I don't think it's Sun Tzu, it's Konsu. Gives you a neck piece that hearts you. Or mortal finisher. Knock the enemy into the air with a quick uppercut. And you can get a bent spoon. Why did they wait so long to release the cool stuff? I swear that's what killed Sod. They waited so long to do phases. Like, how many people even got to do this stuff because it's at the end game? And I think most people quit at level 25. Half left in P3 and released all the cool stuff in P8. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why did you release the Shadowlands weekly quests before all of this cool stuff? Oh, it wasn't finished. Oh, I see. So they time gated it so they could finish it. I see. That one patch where they literally added like weeklies or whatever, that killed it, bro. Everyone was like, this is just retail minus. But this like level 60 stuff actually looks fun. And like nobody got to see it because the game died because of that repetitive stuff they shoved in it earlier. There's a Blade Master Survival Hunter, bro. Yeah, the new raid looked good, but it took so long before that was out. Players don't have a natural curiosity. What do you mean by that? Like they don't care about the exploration or whatever? Karazhan Crypts and the new raid were the best pieces of content for Sod, and I bet the least amount of people did them. Not because they weren't good, but because they all gave up before they came out. They don't want to play the game, they just want to speed run it. They just want to be number one, world first. Hi, it's me. I gave up before they came out. What is up, Bevatine? Blizzard put too many new servers. Wait, new servers? To this day, I always explore everything. I mean, I remember when... I guess, yeah, maybe it is. I don't have curiosity anymore, because as a kid... I'd explore every nook and cranny in like a Pokemon game because I didn't know if there'd be like a hidden item on the ground or something, and I'd want to explore every single corner of the map just for any sort of secret, and I'd talk to every single character just in case they had something to tell me or trade me. I don't feel like I do that now with games. It's just I just go. You got an Azeron Cyborg 2 today? What the frick is that? Is that a mouse or is that like a Tesla robot that's gonna do your laundry for you? We've lost our imagination. Yep. And now we're just addicted. You have to Google. Are you playing WoW in a cyborg suit? Are you like a Gundam? Is that like a virtual reality Gundam suit that you can play video games in? Congratulations, PB, on your first time Glad. They re-release Classic every other year. Yeah. I wonder at what point, like, that stops working. You know what I mean? Like, I would think there's a diminishing return on, like, people coming back, no? It stopped working 5 years ago. Okay, true. Very true. You started the day with some blitz. You queued into me, my guy? Did you win? Can't stop and look at stuff and find secrets. It's a DPS loss. Yeah, you're not allowed to explore or they'll vote kick you out of the group. Did you stop attacking to see what was around the corner? G-kicked. Well, I think they didn't know what to do, probably. I mean, like, what exactly was even Season of Mastery? I don't even remember. Like, what the hell was even the main thing of that made it interesting? Harder bot? That was it? Was it only the raids? Yeah, the runes was new abilities, but Season of Master didn't have new abilities. I mean, maybe Classic Plus is going to be insane. I mean, after all the experience they have with Psalm and Sod and re-release, I mean, maybe it's insane. I don't know. What is this, bro? You know, I was saying yesterday that I hate playing Warlock mirrors. Like, it's my least favorite matchup. And look what the game gave me. Yeah, and there should be a Destro lock at least, right? I feel like this isn't enough Warlocks. There should be another one, no? Chow Taz. I get double kicked? But how did my howl not hit anything? We gated right on top of them. Nice. This is definitely a feral. I think it's a very good feral lobby. Being the only Mortal Strike with all casters is really good, generally speaking. Except maybe if you're a warrior and it's like all mages. This guy copied my build though. Oh my god, why is corruption do? That agony is so bad, bro. It's all about UA and Haunt. I mean, UA doesn't even do that much, though. It's all about Wither and Corruption, bro. What do you mean? Wither and Corruption. Was Locke your first Glad class? No. Boomkin was my first Glad class. I didn't get Glad on Locke until WAD. WAD. Wood. Soul Harvester is not as good. I think so. I don't know. It depends. Soul Harvester is more finishing power. But I think if you manage to play Hellcaller effectively, you can outdamage Soul Harvester by a lot. It's just a matter of whether or not that damage matters. No way, dude. We win that with just getting Link off. What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? You're here every day and you don't know what I'm doing still? Are you just here to look at me? You don't understand what's on the screen? The Demo Lock is winning and the Feral Druid is winning right now. Oh my god, brother. This is a joke. It was supposed to be an 06, bro, but we didn't get Link. Wad-der. Oh. Like Warlords of Draenor. I see. No one here is actually watching the gameplay. What do you think Ellie's solo shuffle cutoff will end at? I have no idea. You guys are watching me from my body and you guys aren't even gifting any subs? I'm getting objectified for free? What the hell? I just skipped the bottle cap over my entire keyboard. Islet has dumped a lot of subs. The problem now is that he set high expectations. So now when I'm here and he doesn't, I feel worse. Should be seasoning your discovery, dude. Oof. I knew that the Lord ran. No. What do you think about Jay-Z cheating on Beyonce? I didn't even know it happened. Where is this interview? Do you have any comments? I don't comment on things that I'm not aware of or understand. I didn't say anything, Megan. You're putting words in my mouth. And when all I really want is chocolate sundaes in my mouth. You would also cheat on Beyonce? Is that what this is? A litmus test to see if I'm a cheater? We know that's not all. Who knows what is not all? What is this? What is this questioning? What you want? Hot takes on things that I don't know, or what? Like what? You like the paparazzi right now? Like, I'm just a small WoW streamer, man. I'm just trying to get a Twitch Prime. I don't know who's beating up who and who's putting who's D and who, and I don't care. How can people manage multiple girls? I mean, I think for the guys that cheat, it's just stroking their own ego, right? Like, oh my god, I'm so rich and successful. Look at me. I can just do whatever I want, pull whatever I want. You know what I mean? We got to keep up at the same time. Is it 5 out of 6? I normally decline these. If it pops with one person not accepting and instant pops, I normally don't join them. There's a good chance that there's some griefing going on. This guy's name is in the guild Mac and Cheese and Feet Picks. Should we mac and cheese and feet picks him? That's my cue. Take it. Wait, you were gonna cue into me? You want to fight? In game? Huh? I will say the funnest part about the last days in the season is the cowards who don't stream their games and they sit in your stream to see what the queues are like. They use you as like a satellite to spy on the ladder and stuff. Do you want to see the camera footage? I mean, I would rather not. I don't need to see someone getting beat up, you know? Was it going to heal, but you didn't take it? There's no way that was your key, bro. What? What the heck, man? What, is this not normal to not want to see someone get beat up? Was the pizza Super Eats? Pizza hasn't been beat up in a while, man. It's been a long time. That pizza definitely needs its toppings taken down a few pegs. We have an interview, dude.
I'm Sean from Raider.io, and today I'm joined by...
Do I need to, like, talk to someone about possibly getting an interview for PvP? And tell them that it will be a civil discussion and not randomly hostile or toxic? Do we need to do that? How do you make this full screen?
And today I'm joined by Squishy from Wowhead and Sally from ICD. We're very excited to have a roundtable sit-down with Blizzard heading into 12.1 and the Curse of Ultec. Let's meet our devs. We're going to start with Andrew. You tell us what your role is at Blizzard.
Hey, I'm Andrew De Sousa. I'm a lead encounter designer for the World of Warcraft team. I'm responsible.
Their encounter team is really good. I've always thought that. I think they have the best encounter team. For like PvE, encounter design, whatever it is, boss fights, solo delve stuff, I think they have the best. It's always really good. But I think it's also like Ian Azakosa used to work on encounter design, so I feel like he's probably extra diligent on making sure that's as good as possible.
For dungeon delve, raid content, really anything you can fight, but my primary focus is on Dungeon and Mythic Plus.
Okay, and Taylor?
Hey, my name's Taylor Sanders. I'm also a lead encounter designer on the World of Warcraft team, and yeah, here to talk about all things PvE, Season 2, dungeons, delves, raids, and the like.
Very exciting. We cannot wait to dig in. We've got a bunch of questions lined up for you guys. We're going to start with Sally over at Icy Veins.
Yeah, so coming out of the 3-boss raid here, what were some of the lessons that you learned and what the community particularly liked about it? And are there some changes with this raid tier or maybe in the future that are a bit of a direct consequence of the community reception of having a split raid tier again?
Yeah, so going into Midnight, I think we really wanted to follow the story with where the events of the world were going, and that's something that drove us to that split raid tier. Something we've had in the far past now of World of Warcraft's history, but we haven't had in a while. And one of the things that I think we saw that came out of that was pretty positive is some of the separation of raid content in a way that maybe you don't have an entire night to raid, or you have like a shorter play session, and players are still able to go in and have quite a bit of success tackling things like the Dream Rift, for example. There's some good loot in there, which helps, but I think we saw a lot of pug groups and a lot of smaller groups, organized or guild groups able to go in there and get like a bite size of raiding into their week.
He made the comment there, the best loot. It's like, yeah, it was the best trinket. That's why everybody did it. If that trinket wasn't there, they wouldn't have done it.
like that a lot, and that's one of the things that drove us into creating a 2-instance raid tier with the Curse of Ulutek update, right? So we're going to have an 8-boss raid releasing with Venomous Abyss and a 1-boss raid in the Tidebound Grotto, and we're hoping that the Tidebound Grotto can like capture some of that like small, more bite-size, raid size that we saw a lot of success with in Midnight.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So I wanted to ask a question about Mythic Lura. Third-party tools became almost expected to manage the memory game. What lessons did the team take forward into designing Talotech and the Venomous Raid? The Venomous Abyss, sorry.
Yeah, so with the...
Okay. We're in, dude. Do you have a list of questions? I mean, we could make one. I think about PvP. Not right now, no. Yeah. Ugh. I think there were actually some questions, though. From the written transcript that I saw. It's like watching paint dry. Oh, it's all PvE stuff, right? Like, what did you think about the one boss encounter? I mean, all they fundamentally care about is the most amount of people doing the content, right? So it's like, okay, well, one boss raids are more successful, so we should do those more. But in reality, that one boss raid was successful because they had a best in slot trinket from it. Best in slot trinket probably would have had way less participation. It's like back in Legion when Mauve Souls was the best way to get artifact power. It had the most dungeon runs of any dungeon. It wasn't because it was the best dungeon. Okay, Megan, what is this? What is this propaganda? What are these falsehoods? What is this slander? You're gonna hear from my lawyers. I'm so cooked. So where's it gonna go? He's feared so far. You think it wasn't real because she put an entire album about it? You think it was just all fabricated for content? Wait, did you activate Rap God mode? My apologies. Thank you, thank you. It doesn't pop up on my thing. For me. I'm trying to get a track. Uno mas. Bro, I hate Windwalker as a lock. This is so hard. Dead. Oh. Nice. Alright, let's get the Rap God going, dude. Frick, why is my file not opening? What is going on? There's too many things I have to do all at the same time. You hear that? Why is it always Foxy Llama we gotta rap, dude? Alright, Shadow Play. Disarray. Welcome to the display. I got my port, but I'm stuck in a root. Wish that I could go AFK and play the flute, but I'm stuck in CC every game. They put every silence on me and they flame. Like a waka waka. Here we go. He dispelled my dots. What the fuck, bro? Playing max range, feeling deranged. Tried to do my best, but now I'm pounding my chest like an orangutan as he's lassoed around the corner. And you can't tell, but I'm hiding a big boner. I'm casting Haunt, but he's got a ground. No way. Can't believe that's like an ice walk for 4 seconds, Dave. He's got him caught in CC. I tried to purge the Earth Shield. It's GG. I got my cooldowns coming up soon. Popping Malevolence and about to cool. Here we go, dude. Here comes the burst. AoE's coming through and I bet he's feeling worst. He tried to dispel again, but he hit a UA. Thank God he Aura Masteried it. What a sick play. Alright, he faked my kick. Here's the ground. I gotta kill that stomp it like a waffle. Wow. Megan wants to bring that story up. Doesn't understand that my legacy is 2 girls, 1 cup. Dots are up over here, and what's up? Haunt comes through, and I'm about to serve. Why does he keep dispelling me like a bird? Can't lock that hand to Gul'dan. He doesn't understand I like the hand. He's dotted up, and he's already dispersed. Dots are coming through. I'm about to lay a curse. Cast again. Kick the mind control. Lock it in place. Where's this freaking grounding? Tie my shoelace. And dodge you at the same time like a basket case. Shadow bolts fly. Earth shield and you die. Can't believe that he isn't in the ground alright, my guy. I'm walling for this dude. I'm going all in for the win. Shadow bolt. That's it. No, he links. Damn. He actually lives. It's a little bit longer. But not more than me. Dots are up and I'm screaming to the team that I'm crowd controlled and it's obscene. Haunt, UA, purge the shield. Fly through the sky, no time to deal. He's going into void form, void titties. I got a coal to a full fear, feeling litty. Fake me on my kick, goddammit shit. UA's in the skies as I'm thrown in a pit. UA's are stacking and I'm trying to kill his ground. So maybe I can lock him on his cast and leave no sound. Oh please, I need a dispel. Shadow bolts, I wish I had a kick, man, this smells. Dots are up, still can't CC. I can go for a DR, but he's out of range, GG. Locked him, nice in cap, maybe he dies. Trying to get a fear, but I'm foul-teared, my guy. I need a dispel, please, no. Full fear on this guy. Now, welcome to the show. Alright, 1 round down. Top damage, and I take the crown. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. I got the gate. It's a highway to hell. I can tell Foxy and Llama smells. He came from the gym. He didn't put his deodorant on. And now he's in here stinking up the swamp. Haunt's already on the priest, about to unleash the beast. Here you go, bro. Hope you didn't lose your keys. I'm already purging rejuves and I'm already sending squeeze. Dots are out, bro, and he's gonna be on his knees. I'm breaking every barrier, including the sound. As he screams out loud, like he's RPing Meat Monk in the back. He's screaming, get out of the middle of the map! Haunt, Shadow Bolt, straight to his eye. In a second, I can tell that he's gonna die. Cole on his bursts, and Fear on the lock. I'm about to be rapping in the arenas like Tupac's. Alright, Pac-Man, I'm over here having my final stand. Spamming UA and having a great time. Fearing the Druid, bro, and dropping a rhyme. He faked me on the clone, but he's not got the cog. Did he forget to change his gear when he dropped the log? I'm kinda confused by these plays they saw. I'm just trying to do top damage. This is kind of my job. Dark Harvest, watch that AoE. Haunts and UAs fly through as I squeeze. I'm trying to swap, but I'm stuck. Can I get a dispel? Mr. Shaman, you win trade. What the hell? I needed to stop on that fear right there. I didn't get any dispel. That was rare. We gotta make swaps, so I'm trying to dot the whole team. Foxy keeps running away from me like this is a dream. Reflect on the Fiend. Dropping and kicking him and begging him knees. Oh my god, I'm feared, please. Alright, swapping the Druid again. Going for the coil. Unstable Affliction as his blood boils. Dots are ticking on the priest. I'd like to howl, but my keyboard is broken. What the heck? Ow. Howled the lock by accident. His BO was so stinky that it made me throw. Fear on the Druid. Is he gonna trinket that shit? It looks like he did, and I'm still getting rich. Alright, he's out of range of the trank. It's time to spank. I'm about to knock him into the back, acting like Tom Hanks. He's out of range, bro. I don't think he understands. The dots are ticking, and I'm the one who takes command. Foxy Llama's rotting, and he's struggling to recover. I don't know what's going on, and my brain is filled with clutter. I'm swapping to the Druid, and I'm trying to load him up with dots. I'm popping off Reflect, and I'm popping off the thoughts. You can see it in the sky as he's put on the spot. I'm trying to get away and recover, bro. No, I'd rather not. Fear's on my sham. I need to peel. I'm like a banana, bro. That's the deal. He ports, he kites, he drops the Fiend. I fear, he's stunned, and that's GG. I purge, I can't, and fake the kick. I'm stuck in fear. This is sucking dicks. Alright. He fades, I howl. That's it, bro. Somebody get a towel. Oh, I'm about to go and fucking disembowel. I'm sick and tired of everything they've got going out. Alright, UA and Haunt. Reload these dots. I got a Howl of Terror for him, bro, on the spot. Trying to purge a rejuve while they go for the push. I got him snared up, but he in-capped me. Whoosh. Oh no, the stun. He's not healing though. He's in cat form and his priest is done, bro. Dispersion. I'm going for the play. Popping a Howl of Terror in complete disarray. Reflecting Coil, and I'm trying to make this move. I'm AoEing them down and I'm totally glued. 2 wins up and I just need 2 more. Are you enjoying the wrap? Did you bring some s'mores for this fire? Is lit. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm dropping this off while I'm getting a rub. Where is he at? Because I got a chub. Taking him down like a hub above. Knots are out. Monk's moving a play. Got him coiled instantly. First global, okay? I don't like monks when they try to connect to me, so I'm going for a haunt and capital GG. You can see it. He's trying to dispel these dots. But I'm everywhere, bro. I'm dotting like a bot. Dark Harvest. It's time to go. Porting out of the fist, but he sucked me off, bro. Foxy, dude, that sucks too strong. You should be banned for that. What's going wrong? Trying to fake kicks with gate. That's probably a mistake, so I'm going to gate over here and drown in a lake. Trying to fear. But I figure skate, a figure 8 as I'm coming through. All right, no hate. Priest in the back. Are you trying to cast? If you do, I'm going to lock you so fucking fast. Haunt comes up. Oh, but he jumped over. Can't believe that I'm about to get shouldered. Point and click as I try to fade away, but I'm dead. Help me out, okay? Oh my god, I can Hellstone in a second. I'm doing my best, but I can't find these blessings. I'm just coiling one while he coils the other. Where is he at? I don't want to be under the covers. Trying to gate to the other side of the map. The Windwalker's out here with these casters, cheeks clapped. We need to be dotting the whole team. We can't just tunnel one guy against a Resto Druid. Jeez. Keep the dots out. Make them rot. Make them hide. Make them second guess. No, it's Harry Mack. Is that a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a fat man in pain. As he's doing his best through the disdain. As he's going to be old and walking with a cane. Trying to fear them up and remain. Swapping to me. Port away. Tortellini. He's really trying to push on me. I got him caught in Howl of Terror. GG. Alright, haunt, fear, popping the wall. I don't know if I'll be able to answer the call. He cloned me on my burst. I'm so mad. Holy shit, that would have been rank 1 glad. Punching the monk to the side of the map. Foxy Bomb is over here. He wants his next snap. I can do that. I can oblige. Oh shit, this monk's going for a wild ride. Tried to fake me with Trank. Doesn't understand I'm about to crank. God, these guys don't rot. I've been doing my best, but I'm really put on the spot. Haunt, flaunt. Purge the hots. Pop. Going ham. Like a gross leaf. Like the loose leaf with a loose leaf. I don't know what that means. That's okay. Doesn't matter. It's a wrap for free. But actually wasn't. They paid for this shit. Don't give them the refund, okay, kid? Alright, port away. Trying to max range with coil. Trying to max range the karma as my blood it boils. Catch him in a coil. He actually risked the dispel. I can't believe Foxy Llama made that play. What the hell? He actually kicked me. Oh god, I might be dead. I have no way to escape when my health is red. I'm dotting them all, and I'm spamming Malevolence. That's all I can do to try and pay the rent. Malevolence and Howl. Somebody get a towel as they're rotting down, and I'm taking them out like an owl. Well, I'm not an owl. I'm a lock. Sick fuck. Alright. We just need one more dub. Can we get it like Hubba Bub? Chewing bubble gum? My port CD is ready to make a play. What's up, Brotaku? Hello, it's going great. It's going fantastic. Like the 4. 4 score and war is war. I'm spreading my dots like I'm spreading spore. My bars are hot like the molten core. I got a howl on his lasso, but he pre-trimmed. Now I feel like a little hen. I've been pecked. What the heck? Did he freaking all in on my Resto Druid? Lex! No! Please! Why? I couldn't help him. He was on the other side. Do 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 Okay, guys.
Add-on changes in Midnight, I think there's still a lot to iterate on and improve on. Overall, we're feeling pretty positive about what the general experience is like for players. One of our major goals was to make sure that if you're returning to WoW or you're a new player especially, that you don't feel obligated, at least when you start playing the game, right, to like download this huge package of add-ons just to be able to function. And the other is to eliminate computational add-ons. There were still a few that I think, especially our high-end Mythic players, felt obligated to use in the launch raids. But starting with 12.1, add-ons can no longer directly access our information. We have separated out what type of information can be accessed by add-ons with the ability to display that information in custom ways, which is something we've always tried to maintain in this sort of like quest to remove some computational add-ons from the game. So we're hoping with some of these back-end technology changes that computational add-ons can fully be put to rest, and that we can let some of these mechanics that we've been designing.
I don't think so. It's all Raider IO, Wowhead, and
hidden
IC
or
veins.
asymmetric information that players can have more of kind of what the intended experience is, right? Which is creating a strategy or a communication strategy within their own group to overcome them.
Awesome. Quick follow-up there. Can we expect to see more mechanics use information asymmetry in the future? It's been a while since we've seen that, since I think Mecha Torque was the last time we saw that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Feral buffs?
This is when we talked about the add-on changes in Midnight as an encounter design team. We talked about a few different areas of where we might go with things that we haven't been able to comfortably bite off for a while as design space. And information asymmetry or hidden information is one of those areas. So we're experimenting with it in a few ways that I think players have seen on PTR in the Venomous Abyss, on a couple different raid encounters at least. So we're going to continue to experiment there. We're going to continue to listen to player feedback on whether that's the type of thing that players like in modern WoW raiding. But we think there's some fun gameplay there. We're experimenting with it again, as I said, in the Venomous Abyss.
What type of mechanic did you say?
We'd love to hear players' feedback once they're done with the raid tier.
Cool.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, gang, here it is. Certain class abilities, let's say Death Grip, have become defining parts of raid strategy on several recent end bosses. How does the team decide when a class-specific utility should feel rewarding versus becoming effectively mandatory? Yeah,
so I think one thing we always try to endeavor for is DK is a great example, right? So we try to make sure that when a class has a utility button that's seen as very transformative or very powerful, such as Gorfine's Grasp, A-Ball and Limb, Death Grip style mechanic, that there's also other ways to achieve that maybe aren't as efficient or aren't as powerful. But there's other ways of accomplishing that problem, right? Like with knockbacks, Ring of Peace, like all of these types of like monster movement mechanics. Are they as efficient as Gorfine's Grasp? Absolutely not. But I think that's a key differentiating factor. Is like, can other classes do a form of that utility? Because ultimately, like, we want those spells to feel very impactful. We want them to feel
that's good.
Like powerful assets you bring to your raid. That's what makes classes sing in World of Warcraft. But I think there's a big difference between
I'm glad he said
a
that.
class that brings a thing that no one else can hope to even echo in a less powerful way, and a spell that is.
So what mechanic is he talking about right now as a specific example?
That other classes can sort of back into with less efficient forms.
Should I gear up my Blood DK for the final boss of the Venomous Abyss?
It's always good time to gear up a Blood DK.
Okay.
Play a lot of Blood DK in this expansion, so yeah.
Mythic Bird.
All right. More about the raid here. One of the points of feedback from testing was the overwhelming amount of trash in the raid. Have you made any changes to that since testing? or the blood channeling mechanic where you have to sit there with your raid and just channel for like 10 seconds while your healers are healing you.
Yeah, so throughout PTR, we're always making
sounds like
adjustments to
McTheridan's
things
lair.
like this, like tons and tons of tweaks to raid trash, to spawning, creature abilities in raid trash.
Oh my
to
gosh,
all that stuff
Shapus.
goes
Bro, all
under,
the
you know,
OG
heavy
homies
iteration,
are here. What's going
especially
on?
once things hit PTR.
How
we
is
start
the
getting a lot of
Warlock
feedback,
legend?
You know, that really like ups the, you know, the
I assume this is
frequency
the
and
Warlock
intensity of our
Shapus.
updates.
I think there's another guy
There's
named
still raid
Shapes,
trash.
and he's a druid. Though.
You know, sorry to break it to you guys, but there's still raid trash in the raid. And one thing, so about the sacrifice altar thing, so one thing we've tried to get back into a little bit in raids is some of that like non-standard gameplay that has actually defined
He was
your raid.
mascot taking it
right?
without
If you
knowing
think
any
back to,
mechanics.
like, you know, the Frogger hallway in Nexramas, or like the BWL trap room, like those kind of like weird non-standard areas of the game that raiding, you know, it's hilarious to see your friend like die to the Frogger thing, right? Like, or like, you know, the dagger and Dazara lore, right? That like could, you know kill
what's
your
funny?
friends and stuff like that.
I agree with him. Designing that cool, quirky stuff is actually really good for the game. But most of the top-end raiders don't give a fucking shit and just find it annoying. Because all they care about is being number one on a parse. So that quirky mechanic doesn't mean anything to them. It's just annoying. It's just like, this is just annoying. Just let me get to the next boss so I can parse. And that's where, like, designing the game around the top 1% versus designing the game around the rest of the game. I hope that they do make quirky shit, even if Mythic Raiders don't like it. Because I swear that those are actually the more memorable moments in the raid for me. It was like the ICC vent room. Do you remember that? Where you defeat the orc that became a Death Knight? I can't remember his name. And then there was like these walls that would build and they'd one-shot you if you walked through the smoke or something. Like little trap rooms and stuff. Like it's very immersive when they do stuff like that. I think if a raider is saying, like a top-end raider is saying that's annoying, it's so silly to listen to them. Like, just do the quirky thing, bro.
Those types of mechanics make raids memorable in general, and there's a few different places in the Venomous Abyss where we tried to just design something non-standard, right? Like, raids are unique in that they're very social. So you're in there with a raid group, often you're on voice comms, and those types of experiences can make you know, a raid feel unique as opposed to just like, you know, another space in a video game
The
that's
lava
filled
pool.
with you know, red health bars and monsters.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I,
think
love the
it's
coffin
good.
room. So kudos to that room where you have to find the thing. So great job with that one. Thank
That
you.
was a lot of fun to make. Yeah.
I guess Trial of the Crusader will remain my undisputed favorite raid of all time. We're talking about trash. I'm going to give Taylor a break. We're going to jump over to Andrew. Trash is such a large part of the dungeon experience, but it doesn't have any entries in the dungeon journal. How does the team tackle designing these enemies to be able to convey what a mechanic does?
It's a great question. Yeah, there are a lot of creatures to learn in any given dungeon, let alone any given season. And I think as we've seen,
You know what's
especially
funny?
since, like, the War
You know
War-
what's funny? It's never brought up in PvE that there's a lot of mechanics to learn like it is with PvP. The crazy thing with PvP is like people say it's hard to learn, it's too hard to understand, but you only have to learn a class once. You learn how a mage works, you know it now for the rest of time. Whereas in PvE, every single patch you have to relearn. It's like, unless they do a repeat dungeon that you happen to have done in the past, and even then sometimes they might add a mechanic, but you literally have to relearn every single time. So I don't really understand how this is like the main thing. It's always a main point that's brought up, is that you have to learn so many things about the classes. It's like every class has like 4 or 5 things that you really need to know, and that's about it. And then the rest is just fluff for the most part. And once you learn it once, that you're done. Like now you know what a mage does forever. You know what I mean?
Then
Is
season
it really
3
that
forward,
hard?
We've taken a big pass on simplicity in terms of like what the mechanics are actually doing, visual noise. You know, we've cut clutter. Like, does this really need a cast bar? Or are we signaling the right information? If you're fighting 10 creatures and there's 10 gray bars on screen, like,
Bro,
are
can we do this in PvP with the dumbass health bars and the totems when there's like 40 totems and 40 tigers standing on top of each other and you can't click the grounding totem? I feel like, does Healing Stream Totem need a health bar, for example? Do all the little dumbass dire beasts that do they really need a health bar? Like, should they even be targetable? Like, should your mouse cursor even care about hovering over them? You know what I mean? Like, does it need to be, or can you just strip all that out and reduce all the clutter? I swear that's one of the reasons why epic BGs are so laggy, because you're spawning like one class can spawn like 40 health bars. So if you have 40 classes that could spawn 40 health bars, I feel like it could be so bad.
Your read for that. We're also looking at like just like what an ability does, like I mentioned. Like when we see a bolt, we know what to expect right out the gates. We know what that caster is going to do, how we need to move it, whatever have you. With spells like, you know, some things like debuffs, right? We might pair some of that back. Like if it puts a rim on you and it's going to pulse damage, we should look to where we like can cut off like what we kind of call rider effects. Like the game is telling you should be isolated. As long as you're doing that, that's enough for a trash creature. So really just kind of paring down that complexity and making what is mechanically different or distinct have space to sort of like stand out. And
I think this is good. I feel like this type of discussion is so good.
Just sort of follow.
Can we get this type of discussion with like the class ability design also? Like the dungeon encounter, the raid encounter, or whatever. That's great. Like that's good. Like it also allows you to make distinctions between powerful monsters and less powerful monsters by limiting their mechanics. But what about the classes themselves? Like, bro, there's so much. Every class has so many animations now, which in a vacuum is cool. When you're by yourself and your character is all sparkly and shooting laser beams and stuff, it's fine. But then when you put 40 people together, it's like, holy shit. Like that epic BG that I just did today, it was just lagging out and all I could see was just Starfall dropping from every single health bar in front of me while I'm disconnecting. Why don't we have marks on our heads? I can't mark us. Apparently he had marks and I didn't. What is that? Yellow Hell? Why is my character moving on its own? You found out how to activate combo points like I talked earlier. If you go in the nameplate, go in the option active personal resource, and then go in BattleNet Best plate CVAR control. What language are you speaking right now? Why do I have to go through 30 steps to put combo points on a health bar? No, it has nothing to do with you being French. It's literally like, what is CVAR control? What is BattleNet best? What are these words? Nice. Supa's never been to Quebec. I actually haven't. I don't have any add-ons, yeah. No add-ons. I am full natty, bro. IRL in-game full natty. I'm dead. Oh my god, I got the link. Why is it only me that dismounts when I try and run out on my mount? It'd be nice to know why mages need double blink to get out of stuns in PvE. Why do they need that? Do they even play regular blink in PvE? I love that I have to sit every stun. And I die in it every time. And their mage doesn't. While dealing with every interrupt in the game at the same time. Well, he doesn't cast anything without something being stunned. How does he have 5 UAs and we're not killing him, dude? Oh my god, I give up, bro. There's a grounding now and he's invisible after I fake his interrupt. I'm dead in one cheap shot. Just 100-0 dead. Can't recall the last time I pressed blink in PvE. Yeah, I just feel like that talent build doesn't exist for PvE. There's no reason to. Why do you need that? I feel like it's like blink should get you out of a stun like every other blink or something. You know what I mean? If there's a way to do that. So that way you can have 2 blinks for mobility, but not every blink takes you out of a stun.
Still dealing with trash. The implementation of Lindormi's guidance was a massively popular decision. Have you ever considered, you specifically, have you considered building a mapping tool into the game to somehow tie that with us being able to plan our own routes?
Yeah, this is something we've talked about a little bit, from time to time. So Lindormi's was really targeting like that entry point. Or I want to try out tanking, or I want to tank a weekly, but I just don't want to learn all these this routing. When we're sort of like deciding what's going to be in the slate of like the base game, something like a mapping tool is.
What is the hardest spec to play in PvP? Healer
routing,
and damage?
Everyone wants to cook a route, so to speak, right? Once they're up and pushing towards top 1% or whatever have you, and the community has like really solid public tools for that
Feral
might,
Druid and
overwhelm a new tank who Lindormi was targeted for to begin with, right? So no plans right now, but I do think it's a very cool. It's very cool to see what the community's kind of built up.
No, Chud is like you're a loser. I'm pretty sure, isn't it?
Cool.
Alrighty. So player health and creature damage are both up with the patch, and simultaneously the class team adjusted the numbers on burst cooldowns down quite considerably, while boosting the sustained damage of a lot of the classes to make up for it. How has this affected the dungeon design and tuning? Because we've now had multiple expansions almost of a meta in Mythic Plus where massive AoE pulls tied into these like very strong cooldowns, and now that has been reined in a little bit. Can we expect the meta to change a little bit more towards sustained DPS as well?
It's a great question. So, first off, we're paying very close attention to how players are pushing on PTR. I'm sure for anyone following, you've seen, we're updating almost weekly, communicating that out. And it's interesting to see, like, the strats and metas that are starting to unfold. And, like, I think we're all aware that what we're seeing on PTR is not necessarily what's going to be meta, like, 4 months from now or whatever have you. That said, like whether it be a raid or a dungeon, we're always sort of looking to sort of like shake up the meta. Like in the way Taylor was talking a moment ago about what we do with raid trash, we think about that with dungeon trash. Like, are there odd opportunities to have this be like, you really just want to, you'll smash through this pack if you have 2 target or really good single target or whatever have you. So this is something that we want to try to tackle on the encounter design side, but we're also paying pretty close attention to how this is playing out, both by watching people play, live feedback on PTR, and like looking at internal data.
Makes sense.
All right, I wanted to pull it back to raid a little here. So given the inclusion of at least one council fight and the rising amount of low target cleave in the recent raids, are you happy with the shift in raid design moving away from more single target encounters? Is the design direction of classes something that is considered when you're making these types of encounters?
Their answer is going to be, we try to have a balanced raid tier where there's an equal number of 2-target, equal number of multi-target, equal number of single target. I guarantee.
For an upcoming raid.
Yeah, so to the latter question, absolutely. We always consider, class balance. Our goal as encounter designers, we work very closely with, our class design team, but they're two sides of the coin, right? Like in the way that they make a lot of, keys for different problems, we try to make a lot of different locks, right? So it's our goal always to make a raid tier and a Mythic Plus season, a Delve season, like a whole competitive and, PvE season of WoW that has a lot of different challenges, a huge variety of challenges.
You know what I said?
Obviously, the back end of the raid has a lot of focus on it for the types of DPS profiles, types of healing profiles, damage profiles that certainly like drive a lot of that, as well as like very high level M+. But it's one of our goals to just make sure there is a variety. Just because I think this raid has a little bit more multi-target, a little bit 2-target cleave, that doesn't necessarily drive that's not a reflection, I think, of a change or a shift in philosophy towards those types of damage profiles for the game in general. Sometimes it's just where the creatures take us. It's like where the ecology of the things that are fighting take us. And this is a raid about like this horrific, snake creature spawning like an enormous, army of beasts that flood out over the Isle. So there's going to be things where, or encounters where you feel like there's swarms of enemies or more enemies.
Okay, so role playing has more influence on whether or not there's going to be single target or multi-target encounters. So if it's like a cosmic scale raid where like it's about the one big baddie, it's probably going to be more single target. If it has something to do with bugs or animals or void creatures, it's going to be more likely to be AoE.
And that's, I think, a natural fit to the thematics of the patch. But yeah, overall, we mostly try to just substantiate a good spread or variety of challenges throughout the season so that every class feels like they have their moment or their encounter to shine.
Makes sense. Thank you.
So many raids in the past ended up having perpetual nerfs due to either an increasing power gain for players or a renown track that kind of just reduced health and damage of the bosses. Will there be a passive nerf system like that in the Venomous Abyss? And how do you decide as a team in general whether a numerical nerf to a boss will suffice to just make it more accessible to more players over time versus needing mechanical changes like, for example, the glaives on Laura who got both reduced in count and I think in the travel speed?
Yeah, this is a really interesting question. First of all, to answer your question about like what system will be coming in season 2 of Midnight, there will be a similar system to what exists in Void Spire, Dream Rift, and March on Keldanos that will slowly nerf the raid over time.
That's
or rather,
in
like,
every
buff
patch,
players,
isn't
I
it? I'm
should
pretty
say,
sure
more
they always do
specifically.
that.
So that
Isn't it literally every like since the Burning Crusade? I swear, like Black Temple, they just like nerf the crap out of everything and everyone clears the raid. I feel like they've been doing that forever, right? Obviously, if there's a one-off mechanic that's as intrusive as the Lura mechanic, then that's a situation where they're going to have to do that. But if it doesn't exist, then they're not. Am I silly for thinking these questions aren't actually that interesting just because of like that's happened every season? There's always a mechanic, the raid gets easier and so that more people kill it by the end of the patch. This is how the game is designed. As long as you stay subscribed and keep playing, even with inflation and PvP, you're pretty likely going to get to the thing that you're trying to chase.
every week, you feel like you have a leg up from the week before, so to speak, and after a few weeks have passed, really for the Race to World First and other, hyper competitive events like the Hall of Fame to resolve. So expect something similar to what you saw in season 1 of Midnight. More
Why do you have
broadly to the
question marks?
philosophical question that you asked about, like, is it better to buff players or nerf bosses? They're both tools in our
Is it
toolkit.
almost over?
In general, we try to default to,
I'm
focusing the
hoping
power
there's
on
something
the players,
PvP
the
oriented in
heroes
this,
of
but
the
there's
story,
no way. They're both encounter
the
designers.
adventures in Azeroth. Like, if we can give you a new tool or something new in your hands to make you feel more powerful, especially if that's obtained in a cool way, right?
The Reno
like, then
911
we're
guy?
going
What's
to
it? What Reno?
default
The
to
mustache?
that, to make you feel like you're overcoming the challenge. It's not necessarily a great feeling to show up to your raid and have something nerfed and feel like the goalpost has been moved. So we try to avoid that actually as much as possible. In cases like the Lure Glaives is a good one. It's very difficult to make a change that is going to buff the player to help them be more able to react to those glaives, right? That's much more about human reaction time, human play skill, and so that's a place where we would default to
Human
nerfs,
play skill as opposed to
something
what?
that's much more mechanical or much more twitchy in terms of
Are there other people but humans playing the game?
as opposed to like a simple throughput check or gear challenge.
Perfect. Did you design the glaive? I just need to update my Christmas card list, and I just need to know who to take off. Did you design the glaive?
Glaives were a team-wide decision to try to murder as many players as possible.
Yeah. It worked. Success. Mission
Yeah,
success.
they succeeded for sure.
Yeah, we got them.
Incredible.
That was the most interesting part of the interview. Well, the thing is like, when you get one of these interviews, you want them to like you, so they do another one because it gets you viewership on your website. Another thing is, you don't really want to ask challenging questions because you don't want to make them look bad. And then the other one too is if you are trying to like posture yourself, maybe potentially be hired by Blizzard or something off of, because those 3 guys are from like major websites related to the community. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot that goes through your head when you're doing like one of these interviews. What do we need to do here, man? Okay. I'm worried there's a demon hunter, bro. You're 1-6-0 lobby away from 2300 on Ellie. I mean, you have to 6-0 it. Why can't you just win regularly? Why do you have to 6-0 it? They're afraid to say anything? freedom makes this feel especially impossible. Okay, just bubbles into us. Bubble dead. You feel a losing streak coming up? Bro, I hate demon hunters. I can't wait until the DR change, bro. I swear I've already was stunned like 2 seconds ago. DR changer can't come any soon. Yeah. This is, I swear I feel like I'm stunned the whole game. I come out of stun, I'm like, okay, I might be able to cast something. Stun again. cheesy bread from Olive Garden? Is that what you got? Oh, this is so fun, dude. Just have Immortal Melee running at me the whole game. Very fun, dude. Dun, 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 dun. God, I love these melee, dude. Just infinite uptime, don't take any damage. I'm dead. Oh my god, brother. I just want to be able to move. That's all I want. I got no more mobility, dude. There's 20 immunities on the ground. I'm toast. He's toast. Wait until their dark pact is nerfed? I mean, my slow literally doesn't matter with those classes. They just remove it the whole game. My slow being nerfed doesn't really change anything for next patch. You have a hard time keeping track of where your teammates are? I don't even have my teammates' nameplates enabled. Athlete is just rock, paper, scissors. I mean, most specs are like this. You play a warrior in a lobby with a mage, you hate your life. You play a lock in a lobby with Havoc Demon Hunter, you hate your life. It just is what it is.
All right, we're gonna pivot back to you, Andrew. I have a question. I'm actually really super curious about this. I always love finding out how the team like assesses stuff. So season 1 saw some of the highest Mythic Plus participation numbers in the history of the game. What does the team attribute the popularity internally?
I think our main driver there is accessibility. What we're seeing here, right, is players felt like they could jump in, they can start farming some hero pieces, like 10s were in reach, and then suddenly 12s are in reach, and suddenly 14s are in reach, right? And that's why we ended up implementing, which we had talked about doing for a long time, like Keystone Myth and that top 1% mount. And it's like, we knew we wanted to do it, and there was like a very outspoken like appetite for it going into Midnight Season 1. So for us, I think it's accessibility. I think it's just a strong dungeon pool. Pressing your buttons is fun. I think a lot of classes turned out really fun in Midnight. So we're really happy to see the participation right now. It's making me nervous just watching the top 1% final scores tick up every day, but it's also exciting to see people in there.
Awesome.
All right, kind of on the idea of accessibility, we've seen an increase in Midnight Dungeons on pure knowledge checks, where you need to know how to do this mechanic, or else you and probably your group dies. For example, in Altar of Fangs, the second boss, all 5 players need to pull the tether, or the last boss where 4 people need to soak the beams or you just die. Is this intentional, and are you okay with a group wiping due to 1 player not knowing the mechanic in a 5-player dungeon?
So, at the end of the day, this is co-op PvE, right? So we want, for some mechanics, at least like a central theme, like the mechanic you're mentioning at the end of Altar of Fangs or the second boss. We have like I mentioned, like what we call, from whether it be an LFR boss or like a Mythic End boss, like there's oftentimes like the one thing you need to know how this works. The onus is on us to make sure that there's either very clear telegraphing or very clear signaling that you're failing, right? Like if you're missing a soak, is there a Nova pulsing all over your screen telling you like something is bad, you should address that. I think another example of like a technique we've been doing recently is something like the Casreth in Nexus Point. There's the whole beam cutting mechanic. We did a technique there where like when that aura is on you, we hint that you should look at the beams, right? So we're looking for those sorts of techniques, but that said,
it's literally like Mario, bro. It's literally like Mario. You put a coin above a box that you're supposed to hit that has something in it. Just put a key. I mean, the thing is the encounter design is good. I feel like this interview is literally just Yeah, this was done really well. I mean, what are you gonna ask? This is like one of the best raid tiers, best dungeon. Like, what are you gonna ask in this interview? It's just really good. I would rather they do an interview about what they can improve upon rather than an interview of, yeah, this was the best it's ever been. You know what I mean? Like,
If there's like a central core ability that we really want you to learn, that's part of the mastery of World of Warcraft for us, right? Is this boss puts out this challenge or this moment and we need to execute, and then you've learned that moment, you've mastered that, and we can shift your focus over to like maybe like a more advanced strategy referencing that same boss at the end of Altar. You know, if we're in a high key, how are we going to manage getting rid of stacks, or the dexterity challenge of dodging axes, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. Quick follow up to the second boss. Can Priest outrun that grip yet, or is that in the works?
Nope.
Yeah, so we actually made some tuning adjustments there a couple weeks ago. So your priest friends will
like
make it.
why don't we not have an interview like this about the new battleground? That's what I want to know. Like, there's like next to no discussion. It was literally just, here's a 40-player battleground. It's everybody fights in the mid and then nothing. That was it. There you go. It's in the game. Like,
It's an example of what we talked about earlier with like Death Grip, for example, where it's like we want you to hit a button and sort of like break that or handle that mechanic as quickly as possible, but within reason, right? And we saw our priest friends being left behind.
Perfect. Thank you.
That was a soundbite option for you to say we recommend you don't bring priests to the altar.
Just life grip the boss away. I don't know.
Yeah. So back to raids a little bit. While obviously the boss design itself matters a lot, the arena itself also is quite impactful and often overlooked. And over the last couple of expansions, raid boss arenas have been getting quite large, or sometimes even using multiple Z levels.
He
for
said the
boss
arena
mechanics,
word.
Like in Ansarek. Has it posed any
It's
specific
not that
design
kind of
challenges
arena
when
leak.
it comes to just looking at how much mobility all the different classes have? And how do you manage to try and keep both melee and ranged specializations feeling like they're contributing to the group's success?
He said the
so,
word arena.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
We're in.
So I don't think it necessarily
I mean,
represents.
I'm going to be fair. This interview is what it's supposed to be about. They're both lead and counter designers. These guys are all PvE guys. Like, this is what it's supposed to be about. Like, isn't it? You can't be. It'd be different if they did a PvP interview. Like, it's meant to be about the battlegrounds or something, and they didn't ask anything about it. Then I would be like, what the.
And philosophy.
This is
what
it's
rooms,
supposed to be.
But it absolutely is deliberate when we try to create a room that's interesting, like the example you use in Queen Ansarek, where there's a lot of verticality. That was very deliberate, right? She's a spider queen, right? We want to make sure you feel like you're climbing up that web, and you're like in her own environment. Without too many spoilers for Ulatek, you're going to feel very similarly, right? Like that you're in this very interesting environment. There's venom waterfalls.
What's PvP?
And, it's going to be pretty interesting.
I wish they did more environmental stuff with battlegrounds, like ropes that let you go up a wall or something. And like, I thought Isle of Conquest was so cool when you get the catapult and you can shoot yourself out of the catapult, like that type of shit. I feel like the new BG doesn't have any like quirk. It's just, it's a big map. There's no like quirk to it. I think random battlegrounds should be blitz rules as well. Like, it feels so slow going back to it. I don't know if people who only do random battlegrounds actually like it like that, but when I do a random battleground, it feels so slow now after doing blitz. Like, blitz just feels so much better.
We always try to find ways to like engage different.
I think rated PvP island expeditions would actually be cool. I actually do. Like solo queue rated island expeditions. The fact that they're in the game and they don't use them. The only reason no one did them in BFA was because they were the most inconvenient method to complete it. It wasn't because it was the least interesting. It was just the most inconvenient. You had to have a full group and you had to be good enough to beat other players. The other two options were just go in and do it. It's over in 2 seconds and you get your reward. People always pick the one that's the shortest distance to the finish line. I thought Island Expeditions was actually cool content. Like, to me, that's like the next major experiment they need to try is PvEVP, like fusing the modes together. And that was like, they just kind of threw that away. I mean, I think they ruined it by adding in like the tank or whatever it was that you spawn and you just one-shot everything. I thought that was stupid, but before that point, I actually thought it was interesting to try and fuse them together, and it's just dead content now. But again, do we need to splinter the player base into another mode? Like, you've splintered them into 2s, 3s, Battleground Blitz, Shuffle, 10v10, other expansions, Classic, like, then the random PG content as well. Like, are you just splitting the player base too much? Is it actually going to get anyone to give a shit? Like, at the end of the day, the general audience only gives a shit about the content that gives them the best loot or a unique mount that's time sensitive for the most part. And if it doesn't do any of that, they don't care. It doesn't matter if it's PvP or PvE. They won't do it. Like, if they release any of these single boss raids and they don't have like a BIS trinket, it's going to have the lowest participation of any raid of all time. Because everybody's going to be like, well, I don't need anything from there, I'm not going. Like, it's just, everybody only plays for rewards, man. Just how it is. What is a flex mode? I don't know what that means. But I actually think PvP Island Expeditions were interesting. Like, this idea that, like, you can choose to farm monsters to try and win, or you could choose to harass the other team, or maybe you do a split of the two. Or I actually thought the concept was really good. But nobody did it because it wasn't rated. It didn't give you any unique mounts, and it was just more inconvenient for completing them for your weekly. And everybody just has a grocery list that they have to do every week, so they can only do the activities that are on that grocery list, or they run out of time. That's just how WoW is played now. It's literally just a grocery list for PvE collectors. They just log in every week and they're like, all right, I got this check mark, this check mark, this check mark, this check mark, and then I don't have any more time to play, so I can't do PvP or anything. I got all my check marks done. I hate that this guy can aura dispel my death. I'm dead. They tried LMBGs in the PTR once? Who did? I do think that you could like, yeah, you could maybe turn them into a battleground, whatever. You know what I mean? Like you could, and it's like, it's just free content. You just have assets sitting there doing nothing. Like you already made it, and people aren't playing it. You could turn it into a battleground too. It just feels dumb to have that, all that work just sitting there dead. Because I actually think there's something good there. It's just people got fed up of it because they didn't want to farm Azerite power anymore, but it had nothing to do with the content itself. It's like when they removed Strands of the Ancients. Like, Strands of the Ancients didn't get blacklisted by everybody's PvP list because it wasn't the least fun. It was the least honor. That's why everyone blacklisted it. Like, if you... It's just, it's like, it's the data's being misinterpreted. as to whether or not something is unfun or just not efficient for farming. What the? But to me, PvP has always been the thing that raiders do when they're done the raid. So like right now, PvP probably has very high participation. It's probably the highest of the whole season right now. And the reason is because everybody's done their PvE. Except the 1% Mythic Plus people. But like if you're like a heroic raider or whatever, like you're pretty done. So now you do PvP and try and get the PvP stuff. Everybody is just a checklist farmer, bro. Well, I think they don't want to do a PvP phase because of how toxic it was for like Halinka, right? And the sad part is that obviously the people were being inappropriate, right? But a lot of them were inappropriate because he wasn't in charge of what people were mad about. So like he couldn't actually do anything. Like when people were mad in WoD, they were mad at class design decisions. He wasn't that. He literally just made Ashran. He worked on BGs. He like rebalanced Alteric Valley or something. Like at the time, people were mad at him for things he didn't have control over. It's almost like I feel bad for him. It's like you're literally put in this role, and people have the wrong expectation of what it is that you do, and so something that's unrelated to you, they're upset about, and you get all the flack for it, which obviously was inappropriately thrown. Like the way they talked about it was bad. But you shouldn't have even gotten it, bro. It's my fault that gas is expensive. You're right. I made it expensive because I own all the gas companies and I don't drive a car. It was me the whole time. A ploy just to get rich. Why did we just trap the ret? Oh no, dude, I can't help him for like a second. Oh! Why is the ret just standing there? This is wind trading? He like stood there on the bomb when he could have won. What just was that? You can drive a car. Oh, I mean, I can drive a car, but I don't have a car. I think it's also like I don't agree with how people interacted with Holinka like negatively at all. But I also do think that he really liked not the negative attention so much, but the fact that like it was so like he became famous overnight, right? Do you understand? Like he went from like obscure game dev working on like Gundam game or something to like 50,000 followers in a night. So it was probably some positive emotion, you know what I mean? Like becoming famous overnight probably felt pretty cool. Oh my god, what? This is so informative. Do you like watching me? I lose, bro? I just lose every game. What do you mean it's informative? Da-na-na. He's learning what not to do. Yeah. You tend to hover at 0 to 1 shard. It's because I'm using Jinx too much, probably. Because I like having exhaustion on people, which starves your shards a lot harder than plain not doing that. Why are we like, the rogue's like not stunning anything forever? What's going on? Okay. Use the crystal exhaustion for yeah, exactly. Because then you end up just wasting it, and so you waste the shard and you get no dots. Like honestly, against paladins, I should just use satyr only and not even put exhaustion up. I think. Funny going and well, it's just lobby dependent. Like there's no demon hunter. That's literally the main difference in this lobby. Is there's no demon hunter. Demon hunters don't take any dot damage, so it's just you just lose. This just built 30 UAs. PvP is going to be so dead next season. Not if they keep MMR high. Like, I don't know. It depends. I mean, the game balance could kill it, but I don't know what it's like 100% right now. I mean, I think the play against the bots thing is good, but you can't solo queue it. Like, no one's going to use it. I mean, obviously, they're going to put some reward that forces you to do it, so its participation is high. But that doesn't mean that it's serving its purpose. I think a lot of people are excited for it. It would just be nice if they could just like why can't they just be like, yo, we're doing this for PvP. We're ready for season 2. Like, you know how much like peace of mind everyone would have if they had a PvP interview? They're like, we are aware of the MMR issues that have been affecting PvP. We're on the ball with it this season. It's gonna get nailed. We're gonna make sure that we're looking at one shot. We're like, I just like everything else is good in the expansion. Well, you know what I mean? Like, they're doing so many interviews about all this shit that's good. Like, well, who cares? Like, how about we do something? How about we talk about what's not going great and what we're gonna do next? You know, because they did that with Mythic Plus. Like, Mythic Plus was struggling for a while there, I think, in the War Within or Dragonflight. And they're like, okay, you guys are right. We're gonna redesign encounters, make the mechanics easier to see. And everybody responded super positively to that. They didn't even mention that in the interview. One of the reasons that participation for Mythic Plus is higher is because the community felt listened to. The community was so upset with certain things. It was too hard. You couldn't see mechanics. And then they felt listened to, so they came back and they played it. It's like, they just, like, PvP players just want to know, are you going to keep MMR high so people can actually get the rewards? Like, what's the plan here? You know what I mean? That's all they want. They want the same thing that every other part of the game has gotten to help its participation when it starts to go down. 'Cause, like, if you applied the logic that he had in that one interview to Mythic Plus, when Mythic Plus was very low in participation, they should have just cut the cord and not even done anything, right? Because there's not enough people doing it. It's just, that's not how you get more people to do it. I just like, that's all PvPers need. They just need somebody to go on and be like, we're aware of these issues, this is the plan. It's gonna be done. That's it. That's all they need. Like, is that really that expensive to do? Is it expensive to do that? I don't know, but I feel like it can't. I feel like they can't be that expensive to do that. Like, just apply what you've applied to Mythic Plus and rating. It all worked. Your participation's higher. You made it easier, more accessible. You made the community feel heard. You made the game easier to read and understand. Like, just do the same thing. I don't understand. Just do the same thing. Just make it more accessible. Make it like what? I don't know, man. I will say in the long term, if PvP like, I'm having fun with PvP for the most part. I'm just saying that what would get people excited to try it again would be this type of stuff. Like, to get people to come back to the game. I actually have fun playing it, but like, if you're Blizzard and you want to get people, returning players or whatever, new players, like, that's what you need. You need like a hype post like you did for Mythic Plus. $100K isn't get new translogs or arenas in 3 months. Well, like I said, I don't know what metrics they use, but it's like, I would imagine random battlegrounds have dwindled in participation because for the most part you get honor really fast. So after that, you don't really need them, right? For gearing up. They're just slower. They don't give you any unique rewards, repeated rewards, right? It's like the same thing that probably happens to heroic dungeons or whatever. Like, nobody runs heroic dungeons after a certain point. That's kind of where random battlegrounds situate in the curve of what you're doing for content. Like, random battlegrounds will have a lot of people playing them probably next week when everybody needs honor again. You're a one trick? Bro, just play more than one thing, Lika. What are you doing? I think they should just disable chat. I started to, like, chat should just be disabled in rated PvP. I literally play with it disabled like 99% of the time. I think random BG should actually be updated to Blitz format. These guys are dreading the day WoW dies. Do you guys have a trade? The thing is I don't think PvP will die out hard enough that I can't financially support myself doing it for probably 3 to 5 years. And that's assuming like egregious neglect. Like right now it's not egregious neglect. We're just lacking like a hype vision. You know what I mean? Like, they're making good changes to the game. It just feels like there's not a voice a little bit. So it's like, these are good changes, but a lot of people don't know it's going on because it's just in a blue post through giant paragraphs of everything that's coming in the patch notes. Like, it's hard to filter it out. I don't know. It would require egregious neglect. But my cost of living is also very low. Like, I live off of 20K USD a year right now. And I have for like multiple years. That's obviously, I could get unlucky and like an emergency could happen, obviously, that increases that, but no, I don't eat ramen and sleep on newspapers. Actually, food's my biggest expense. I just never scaled my lifestyle up. I don't own a car. I don't buy luxury brands. I don't buy expensive clothes. I just take free clothes from whatever events I'm at if they're offering them, and I just wear the shit that I wear, and I don't, like, I'm not in some flexing contest to prove to other people that my life was more valuable because I got more expensive stuff than them. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, I don't order DoorDash. I don't eat out. I cook everything. Well, the preventing you from getting knocked back while CC'd, it should help you with not falling through the floor. It should help you with not getting disconnected. Mind Control is a weird one because it's a fun ability in PvP. Like, it's like an iconic fun ability, right? Like, to have to just completely disable it, the game would lose a very cheeky mechanic to do that. It would suck to do it. But at the same time, the ability has been so broken for so long. It's like, I don't know if there's eventually a point where you're like, yeah, we have to, it's like you have to cut it. Like, mind control can't work this way. Maybe mind control is like you cast it on someone and then they become a pet beside you or something. You know what I like? Maybe you change it, but it's, the fun part is running people off of cliffs in the game. That's the fun part. But it's just so broken. And if you don't have the resources to actually do it, or don't know how to do it, because I feel like it's been broken for it's been broken for like over a decade, at some extent. Whether it disconnects the person using it or it disconnects the person who's used on, like, mind control is probably the most notoriously bugged ability throughout the last 20 years of the game. Yeah, I mean, you can make it like Sleepwalk, where the target just walks towards a random enemy trying to attack them. You could change it into that type of ability. It wouldn't be as fun as how mind control works right now. You could change it into like an enemy Sleepwalk, as opposed to where it walks to you when you cast sleep. It walks to an enemy, but EMs me off a cliff and chasing the whole game. Well, that's why the ability's fun. It's because it, like, it's fun for the person doing it, and the other person then wants to come after you for doing it. Like, it's a fun mechanic. It sucks that it's so buggy. Like, why couldn't something unfun, like Stormbolt or some shit, be buggy like that? Why did it have to be mind control? No. I'm actually more curious to see Mythic Plus participation next season, because in my opinion, this is like one of the best Mythic Plus seasons. I had fun doing it. Does it carry? Like, will it carry through into the next patch? Will we see the same numbers? I should honestly screenshot the graph right now in case it gets deleted or something when the new one comes in. I'm very curious to see, like, how many keys are completed the first week. It's just, I feel like every piece of content in the game has had some level of decline, whether it's major, minor, or all of them, at some point in the game. But the communication that you get with regards to PvE content declining seems to be a lot different. I don't know if it's because they don't want to directly interact with the PvP community because of what happened to Holinka, or they don't have the resources to do the same communication or whatever, but... I'm gonna have to go on like my Boomkin or my Ellie pretty soon, I think. Who replaced Holinka? I mean, the thing is, Holinka was the PvP guy, but then he did become a class designer, which then he had more control of the game. But there are still like people who were PvP designers. Like Chris Kaliki was a PvP designer and a class designer, I think, at the same time for a lot of it. He doesn't work there anymore. Holinka works at Riot. I have an idea who it is, but I don't know if they want to be named or not, so I'm not going to. But again, the PvP dev doesn't do class design decisions. They're not the reason something lost an ability or whatever, unless maybe it's a PvP talent. I hate this thing, dude. I should have used Jinx way more. It's actually way better than Exhaustion, I think. And it's like more guaranteed to actually go on the target. Also, I swear, like, I don't remember what it was. Was it, when did they put Ice Wall in the game? Was that Legion? Like, they put the Fell Guard that goes on the ground and AoE stuns everybody. Like, those PvP talents were so cool. I swear it got people to play PvP. But, like, the most recent new edition PvP talents are not on the same level as those ones. Like, that type of stuff is what gets people to play. Like, oh my god, this cool new spell. It looks amazing. I have to try that and press it. Like, that gets new people to play. Yeah, now all those PvP talents, like even the ones that are still in the game, they don't even do any damage or something. Like there's like missing something major about them. Like a lot of those old school talents they added don't even work anymore, or aren't like their full effectiveness like they used to be. Maybe it was BFA, I don't remember. Like Greater Pyro. I bet Greater Pyro got so many people to try and play Fire Mage when it came out the first time, but now Greater Pyro is just shit. Like, it's not... The Greater Pyro is not even remotely exciting in its current iteration. Nobody's excited to play Fire Mage to play Greater Pyro right now. Mistake. Oh my god. You played it because of Greater Heal and the Haste Corruptions? Yeah, I just feel like a lot of the character out of like a lot of these PvP talents is gone. I guess Warlock kind of still has most of it, but at least Aft does. But like so much of the character that was in those talents is gone. And that was like the distinct thing that you could only experience in PvP because they're PvP talents. That or they literally took the PvP talent and gave it to PvE and then you literally straight up just lost it because its effectiveness had to be completely changed. But yeah, like PvP talent, like there's nothing new. It's like, what's the cool new fun PvP thing I'm getting this expansion? I can see stealth when I bubble. Nobody's excited to do that. Oh shit, is he not my shaman? I don't know where my shaman is right now. Oh, the Captain Falcon punch, bro. You want to give it a major update and overhaul? That's really, it just needs like some cool new spells on PvP talents. Because I feel like they have to experiment with things. Like, I don't blame them for changing DRs. I think that was a worthwhile experiment to see what would happen. Because there were legitimate concerns that like CC would be irrelevant, right? So by lowering the DR, you increase the likelihood that it remains relevant. Like, you had to try it, and now it's like, okay, it didn't work, or it benefited some classes, which was interesting for them, but maybe not for others. So now we'll go the opposite way. It's 20-second DR. See how that feels. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's fine for them to experiment with that stuff and figure out where is the DR. Like, where does it need to be so that CC isn't annoying as hell, but still feels important. The sad part about the Maledict trinkets is literally every time they introduced a trinket, it was a buff to Rogue Mage. It was like, I name a trinket that wasn't a buff to Rogue Mage. Literally every single trinket. The bombs, the spite bombs, the Shadowlands bombs, I think eventually it also became hard for them to come up with a unique idea. That's why we got the Shadowlands bombs were basically the spite trinkets. I think it was probably taking a lot of like design fatigue to come up with a new trinket every season. Maybe it should be one trinket per expansion. But then fucking shit, what if the trinket sucks and now you're just stuck with it the whole expansion? The change trinket. So the trinkets were their way of trying to balance PvP without doing PvP changes. Because that was like, they took that stance that Classic was better because it didn't have PvP changes. That was the stance they had for the expansion. So their way of trying to balance PvP was by introducing those. So an issue in PvP was self-healing, right? I think self-healing is ruined in counter design across PvE and PvP. Like, DPS no longer even needing a healer, that seems silly in any group content. Like, but it's because of solo content. But they should just design the solo content to have power-ups inside of it that allow DPS to heal. Like a rogue can pick up a leaf off the ground and heal. It shouldn't be on the baseline class because it intrudes too much on raids, dungeons, and PvP to design self-healing like that. That's why classic PvP is easier to understand, because when the health bar goes down, the only thing bringing it back up is the healer. Nothing else. That's easier to understand than, oh, they can also heal themselves and their teammate can heal them. And this one heals passively and this one actively heals. This one heals to full in one global. This one takes a little longer. But like, understanding the game state is way more complicated because of all that healing. That was a bad harvest. I didn't have dots on the boomy. Oh no, I think he's toast. I should have locked that hex. I will say my interrupt awareness with no add-ons is much worse. Like cast pressures go off, I don't even know they're happening sometimes. Unless the guy's on my screen, it's hard for me to tell if a cast bar is going off or not. Oh, this is depressing. I just... Game is moving in slow motion. Well, it depends on the matchup, probably, right? Like, some matchups are TBC is like absolute rock, paper, scissors, right? Like, if you're a warrior, you counter warlock. If you're a warlock, you counter mage. If you're a rogue, you beat everything because you're super OP. If you're a rested shaman, you're just shit unless you're doing 5s or like ret shaman and 2s or something. Like there's a strong like core identity on every spec, and some specs just suck and feel like they're not even playing the same expansion. You could rebalance TBC PvP though. Like you could give Resto Shamans more stuff, you could give Boomkins and Ellies more stuff, and you could probably make it more fun than it is. Because I will say like the global to global gameplay feels more impactful. Whereas retail, it's more about what your globals are during your cooldowns, and then outside of that, it's not as impactful. This is my favorite expansion. I mean, overall, like the game as a whole, Wrath of the Lich King. Arena, probably Cataclysm or Legion. If you just think about like the content that PvP got in Legion, bro. PvP talent trees, templates, 500 honor levels worth of rewards to farm. Bro, the world was our oyster in Legion, bro. I did not realize my port was right on top of him. What the hell? Macrodose, thank you for the 3 months. Can you tell me why Hellcaller over Soul Harvester? I just like it. I don't know if it's necessary. I've literally played 0 games as Soul Harvester also. So that's a full wizard lobby, my guy. It's gonna be damp. It's gonna be damp. You guys think it's so much better, but like I don't know about that. I mean, in certain circumstances I do, but not in all circumstances. You have decent bursts as Hellcaller. Malevolence does a lot. It chunks people like 20% of their health. It's just the issue with it is when they're self-healing classes like Demon Hunter, you chunk him by 20% and he's already healed it back by himself. I'm gonna be right back here really quick, guys. Okay. Hello. How's everybody doing, dude? Are we holding strong? Is it time to log on a different character? I don't think my warlock's gonna get in range. Maybe if I tried Soul Harvester, Hellcaller is kind of not able to do it. Although, like in that last lobby, I don't think Hellcaller's that bad. Big problem I have with Shovel as a healer is rank 1 players with a billion of the same spec getting all their mystery monks or whatever rating super demotivating when they stomp you. If they already have 5 monks of us, why should their 6 be starting out with everybody else? I mean, it's just a matter, like, that tech just doesn't exist in the game, I would assume, right? The reason they make another alt is because they don't want to sit long queues, which is what high rating usually entails. So they make another monk just so they get games. But obviously that comes at the expense of lesser experienced healers who shouldn't necessarily be facing them in the first place. It is also deflationary, yeah, because the MMR doesn't carry over or whatever. I just don't think the technology exists where they can move your MMR or whatever over based on your spec, because obviously if somebody's a rank 1 mystery, they might not be a rank 1 warrior, so their MMR shouldn't be that high on warrior.
Movement utility. Players have like a huge variety of different types of utility spells available to them, so that's always a nice design vector to design towards. Ulutech will be no exception. So it doesn't necessarily represent a design shift for bigger arenas, but we take every opportunity where we can to collaborate with our dungeon art and world building teams to make interesting environmental challenges, because there are so many buttons available for players to navigate through their environments more dynamically.
Very cool. We're coordinating who's going to ask a question next right now, and it's going very hectic. I'm just going to do it. I'm just ripping it. So this is actually for both of you, so jump in here as you see fit, but I'm leaning towards Andrew because I have feelings. With the continued evolution of the default UI and more limitations on third-party add-ons, how has that changed the encounter? Has that changed how the encounter team thinks about communicating mechanics and the information players need during a fight, from understanding boss abilities to coordinating, here's why I'm leaning towards Andrew, coordinating interrupts and crowd control?
Yeah, I mean, philosophically on our side of the house here, right, when it comes to encounter, and I think that's something we saw through midnight beta testing, and we're seeing in PTR here is we're a little bit more conscious of access to what a default the average group is going to have access to, whether it comes to interrupts, right? So we're a bit more cognizant of how many interrupts might end up in a given pool or in a POI. We've also taken more strides to, like I mentioned earlier, cut back on some of the noise. If we want a spell to be important, we have that new UI element where it lights up and it glows. We're actually experimenting. I think you might have seen some of these in PTR of a new VFX asset that sort of pulses on the creature to show you something important is happening. Just trying to make that as clear as possible in the base game for you. And from our side, when it comes to design, right, it's like I mentioned, making space for those mechanics, making it very clear what the most important thing is on screen, and in general, pulling back on both pacing and coordination where reasonable.
Okay, I like that. You've implemented. I'm ripping a follow up here. You're implementing a new way to see missed kits. Are we going to be able to hook into that to make a proper interrupt tracker?
I don't know necessarily if there's any plans for that.
Did you just
turn
that on for me? Just give me just the MDI has it. You broadcast it. Okay, I'm done.
To be seen.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So with the add-on changes, we obviously saw the removal of several useful tools for raid leaders, as well as tools that were really helpful for accessibility purposes. And after a full tier of dungeons and raids, of adjusting to this new environment, many players still consider the tools that they still have at their disposal somewhat wanting. Is there any good news that you can share with the community that might improve the situation, especially on the accessibility side?
I don't think anything specific to share today. But one of our goals, I can say in general, for all of our add-on changes that we made in Midnight, was to try and not impact accessibility, or try to impact accessibility as little as possible. In the earnest pursuit of removing computational add-ons and the effect that it's had on the game. We also know raid leaders are generally people who, oftentimes guild leaders as well, and they're players who are very devoted, players who are, driving large social groups to get together week after week. So we have nothing to announce right now or talk about directly for tools for them, but we want to continue to listen to feedback, right? And if they have ideas for tools or things that they think will be useful for the game, like our ears are always open, and we want to make sure that we're servicing that crowd as we continue to iterate on kind of a brave new world of an add-onless world, or at least computational add-onless world in Midnight.
Awesome.
Makes sense.
Last question from all of us here. On the topic of computational add-ons, are there any mechanics specifically in Season 2 that you feel like you couldn't have done with them existing?
Yeah, so I think we've always felt
You got it
okay
done, Teddy?
to do a variety of different mechanics,
Congrats.
but I think it does allow us a little bit more breathing room, or a little bit more comfort in knowing that players are going to interact with mechanics in like, frankly, a more fun way than they have in the past. So one mechanic is the mechanic on the Entombed Sentinels, which is kind of like their ultimate mechanic, where they put debuffs over players' heads. This is a place where it's actually a good example of where we have sort of doubled down on more accessible visual effects in places where we kind of would have figured in the past that players have add-ons for this type of thing, and we sort of have to design towards that at the most competitive of levels. But yeah, this is a mechanic that essentially, for players who don't know, like puts a number of debuffs essentially over your head, and you have to find your matching player. And that's just something that would have been sort of like offloaded to computational add-ons in in previous expansions. But now in Midnight, we can pretty reliably rely on players to have to solve that in a more emergent,
I'm not
dynamic,
gonna lie,
real-time.
that sounds really annoying if you're in a 20-player raid, and like, how many matches are there, right? Let's say there's 3. So like, you're gonna have 3 groups of people all trying to talk to each other to be like, yo, Tim, it's me. Jim, come to me. Tim, come. You know what I mean? Like a matching mechanic like that or something when you have that many people. I guess that your raid leader should do it. Your raid leader should be like, Jim, go to Bob. Tim, go to Alex. Jessica, go to James. Like,
way. So it definitely makes us more comfortable designing those things, knowing that players are going to have more of our intended experience.
Awesome. Anything from your side, Andrew? Mythic Plus?
So by design, we try to, like, we don't necessarily have the types of mechanics you'd see in a raid where they're at that level of complexity. Like I mentioned earlier, like it's been more so on like design technique, on giving people more time. Some of those visual techniques I mentioned earlier, with like giving players cues on like how they should handle a mechanic, like having a trap light up before the boss charges.
they should put that track light up for class cooldowns in PvP or whatever it is. Like if a Ret Paladin uses Avenging Wrath, some other, universal animation appears for all classes if they use a big damage cooldown. You can see the wings, but you can also see the visual cue or whatever it is that they've made. I don't know what it looks like, but because some cooldowns are so subtle, you don't even notice.
Or like changing beam states, that sort of thing. And while not directly driven by it, right, it also influenced some of our decision into updating like cone visuals, right? In a world where you're not going to get an air horn saying like, this is a tracking cone, the dragon moves, like we wanted just a clear visual language that sort of tells you immediately how that creature's going to behave.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Bold of you to assume raiders can do math, and that you don't think I will just wiggle to see if my cone moves.
Listen, it's 2 plus 2. All right, that's all we're asking. There's sometimes 1 plus 3. All right.
Only numbers
boy.
I'm looking at are on the meters. Okay.
We'll
right,
relate to
that's
calculus later. Let's start with simple addition.
Excellent. That's all of our time, gentlemen. I personally am ready for the Taylor and Andrew bi-weekly dev podcast. So Blizzard, if you're listening, and
Same.
you are literally in the room, maybe make that happen. But thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
They seemed really well spoken and like on the ball with the issues that people might have had towards that content. I'd like to get a PvP one that's similar, you know what I mean? Like, that would be nice. Oh, Tettles has an interview with them too. There's a zone building interview also. What? There's like a whole bunch of interviews that just popped up. When was the last? I don't even remember. I think it was Jelly Beans, wasn't it? Jelly Beans got one with like a guy. But he was also nervous to ask anything. That's the issue. You could tell that he was like he didn't ask anything. He was, you could tell like he was even like a little bit jittery in his voice about even what he was asking. I actually think that might have been the last PvP interview was Jelly Beans. You think Legend is lame compared to Glad? What, because it doesn't have a mount? I think I'm rank 1 on Boomkin and Ellie right now, but I don't know if I've fallen out of range or not. So I'm going to look right now to see. I will fall out of range at some point. I don't think that they're... I don't know if anybody right now is guaranteed safe, depending on how much inflation comes in over the next couple of days. So 3059 is rank 1 right now for Boomkin, so I'm technically still in range, but Dippy just got 3200, so yeah, rank 1's going to go up a lot, I think. I think it's probably going to go up a lot. Oh my god, what? Well, that seemed suspicious. Whenever a Q dodges, I'm immediately in like maximum suspicion mode. Like, why did that Q dodge? What happened? I've not tried to. Maybe I would be able to. I have to like plan it out and stuff a little bit more than I have, right? Like, I'm not 100% prepared to be able to do it. If you told me right now I could do it, like, I'd probably miss some important thing. I mean, I could ask. I don't know what I would get. I wish we got more discussion about the battleground. Like, I feel like it's just like, yep, they put the battleground out and okay, that's it. You would get an LOL PvP interview? I mean, maybe. I haven't even been able to get the new one to pop most of the time. I keep getting Winter Grasp or Ashran. I definitely don't think anyone is asking to do one that could. Like, I would doubt Vinruki's asking to do an interview. Why not you? I mean, maybe I should I? What should we ask? We have to formulate a list. Exert your will? I mean, like, I legitimately don't think anybody is. I don't know if it's because interviews in the past have felt like you can't really ask, like, what you want to ask anyways, so, like, what's the point? Maybe that's what it is? Maybe that's why nobody's trying it? I don't know. If people are, like, fatigued from even trying to bother, or what? Or what? Like, I mean, I assume they would pre-screen the questions. You'd have to submit the questions ahead of time, and they would have to approve them. Do the classics start out with how do you feel about it now? Where would you like to go? It's just, what does that get me that I don't already know though? Like, what does that get me? It's gonna be they'll be like maybe they'll say like we didn't hit the mark with MMR. I mean, I would like them to say that actually, that they're gonna be on the ball with the pacing of MMR next season, because that's 100% gonna make or break the season. If people can't get rating, if they literally gut it out of the game where you're playing at 1500 rating again, like that will 100% kill the participation. That would be like if Mythic Plus next season, no one could clear +3s. Even though last season they were doing like 21s or whatever. If everybody was hard stuck on +3s, that would kill Mythic Plus participation. Ask about PvP tier sets. Again, it's just going to be there's not enough dev time. I mean, I think they're already struggling to design a new set bonus every patch for the game as a whole, let alone 2 set bonuses for entirely. I swear, I wouldn't be able to come up with a set bonus that's unique, interesting, and like, like what? It's actually insane if you think about it. Like, how are you going to come up with a unique idea? I mean, you could do 1 per expansion, like 1 PvP set for the expansion, right? But then again, you're also creating friction between the content, right? Like you have 2 sets of gear. You already do right now anyways, but you're creating a more even clear line that you need a second set of gear. I think that lowers participation. Like, I don't bother doing Mythic Plus on like any of my alts and stuff like that, even though I've played them on PvP the whole season, because I have a CBA starting from the ground up to gear them. If my gear from PvP was like useful there and I would be more likely to do it. The amount, I mean, is it a waste for set bonuses? I feel like a lot of people really like the set bonuses. It's just a unique flavor for your spec every season. Although now you can tell that they're stretched for design because they admitted it going into midnight. Like the set bonuses are going to be more simple because there's not enough time. Like they're kind of admitting that it's actually hard to do it. Like to make a good set bonus, a fun, unique set bonus that's good every patch, especially with your patches as fast as they are, is very hard. It's very, very, very hard. And then if you come up with a really good one, and then it's like, well, then now this has to be baseline, so now you make it a passive or you put it into the talent tree or something. It's like, bro. No, they said that it was simple because of, like, the content pacing. They said it was going to be simple. I'm pretty sure. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that it could have been. I don't remember exactly what they said. But I would assume it's a lot of those reasons. Like, why did they remove set bonuses in the first place? Right? Why did they remove them in the first place? Have they ever said why they removed them in the first place? Because they've been cool since their inception. What was the reasoning for removing them? Yeah, I don't think they wanted to make them. I think it was they wanted to make BFA Azerite armor or something like that. But even then, it's cutting down on workload. Now you're designing, you know, for the class as a whole as opposed to a spec. I think I need to go to the bathroom. Well, yeah, the tier sets are very basic for a lot of specs. I'm not gonna lie, like it's impossible to me, even the most creative person, it would be impossible to have like a cool, fun, strong set bonus that one-ups the previous set bonus every time. How do you do that? That's actually insane. To like every once in a while, you're gonna have a flop. I feel like it would be impossible to hit that streak indefinitely. Exactly, that's another thing too, is like if you do one that's insane, like I think there was a Demon Hunter one where it was like Throwglaive did like 20 things or something. If you want to keep one-upping that, you're just gonna get ridiculous at a certain point. Freaking Jimmy Job, where's Jimmy Jobs, dude? Freaking Jimmy Jobs. I don't have my chat enabled. I don't know what he's typing. What is Jimmy Jobs doing, dude? He wants to panda dance with me. Are we panda dancing? With the Teenage Mutant Ninja Panda? You just passed Ven Big Damn Fan. What a layer. Oh, you like this layer. You think that that sounds like a reasonable way to do it. The first set bonus isn't as powerful, the second one's a little more, third one's a lot more. That makes sense to me. If that is what they're doing. I wouldn't disagree with doing that. Because if you infinitely made them stronger, you'd eventually get to the point where it's just stupid. That's kind of what happened with Missa Pandaria. Like, Missa Pandaria was just buff, new powerful thing, buff, new powerful thing, buff, and it's just like gets crazy at a certain point. Ugh. What's I gonna do? I wanted to check something. I don't like that Q is getting dodged like 30 times. What happened to my game sound? What is this guy? Is this your pet? How do you get like a straight up rat with red eyes? needed to check something on my phone and now I can't remember. Oh crap, what is this, bro? I'm getting spammed. Your dog says hi? Woof woof. Bark bark. Hello, dog. Does your dog have a Twitch Prime? Or a super chat? That's what I really need to know. Oh fuck, I just ran my foot over. I'm not gonna lie, I feel really nervous to queue. Not because I think I'm going to lose, but I think I'm gonna get griefed. Like, I swear. I normally hide my queue on like the last days of the season, so this you guys can't see when it pops to coordinate if you've queued into me or not. Because I feel like it's very easy. Like healers who have gnomes, like it's super annoying. You want to snipe me, Jimmy Jobs? You would want to snipe me, Jimmy Jobs? You would. I'm debating if I want to queue off stream or not. Sixer for the chicken. Which lobbies are sixes for the chickens? Like all melee? Like a Windwalker, Survival Hunter, Ret or something? Early survival demo. Boomy wins that guaranteed. When has that popped up? I don't think I've ever seen a lobby like that. Although I guess there's been a lot of demos actually today. I'm actually surprised there's so many demos. Imagine it procs right now. I'm honestly thinking about ending stream, let alone if it procs right now. I think a combination of me kind of being tired and dehydrated, and I don't want to get griefed. I'm trying to think if I should strategize this better, because every time I've tried to do it where you boldly queue and don't care about the snipers, it's bitten me every time I try and do it. You couldn't queue time walking for 24 hours? Wait, why is that? What? Who plays demo? There's been a lot of demos tonight. I swear it's been like at least 50% of my lobbies. There's been a demo lock on my AF lock at least. It's not necessarily what snipes me and I auto lose. It's what snipes me and purposely griefs me. Like, I do think healers can snipe me and play gnome, and that becomes incredibly annoying. But it's people who just like want to sabotage the lobby. It's not even someone who's like just trying to play the game normally. You know what I mean? I'm not worried about the people who are just trying to play the game normally. It's happened multiple seasons. The only season it didn't happen was Dragonflight Season 1. Every other season, I've had lobbies in the last few days where like someone will legitimately AFK on my team. Like I'll get a healer that just purposely AFKs on my team and then sweats when they're against me. But I think we're gonna host Mez here. I think we're gonna host him. The other thing too is I think playing like super stressful arena like right before I go to bed has actually been negatively affecting my sleep. So I feel like I'm too cooked, and I think I need to plan this better to play these characters. So I think we're gonna head out for now. We'll be back tomorrow. So thank you guys for tuning into the stream and hanging out with me. We will continue our push to maintain our position and our foothold as a rank 1 multiclasser. But for now, we must depart. So thank you guys very much, and I will see you next time.